Olá, pessoal. Aqui é Railane Passos. Vamos começar mais um live. Tô olhando aqui, conferindo se o áudio tá tudo ok. Parece que sim. Prontinho. Então, parece que tá tudo ok. Qual que é o objetivo de hoje? O objetivo de hoje é concluir esse curso aqui, Introduction to JavaScript. Então, tem algumas aulas, eu já assisti, se eu não me engano, a primeira aula, que é uma aula de introdução, que ele fala como é que vai funcionar, né? Então, ele está dizendo aqui, Hey everyone, and welcome to Introduction to JavaScript at Test Automation 2. Então, ele só está trazendo a introdução aqui. O nome dele é Mark, and ele vai ser o guia para esse processo. Eu não vejo a hora de começar, né? Então, I cannot wait to get started. So, o que você está esperando? Vamos juntos. É, é isso aí. Acho que ele não fala nada técnico aqui, só que vai utilizar o JavaScript, e o browser como plataforma, como a plataforma, tá bom? Para quem não sabe, tem esse curso, deixa eu ver se tem alguma forma de adicionar ele aqui ao chat da live. Viu? Eu não sei como faz isso. Deve ser alguma coisa que eu desabilitei aqui que eu precisaria habilitar. Docs, view, stars, não sei. Profile, docs, chat. Consegui encontrar aqui o chat, só que ele não está carregando. Talvez se eu for direto no YouTube, melhor. Copiar aqui. Ó, não foi possível abrir a página. Clique here to read. Essa coisa aqui. Foi. Então, vou copiar aqui o link do. Ok. Parece que eu não consigo. Sim. Eu consigo sim. Copiar aqui o link e colar no chat. Vou tentar colar no chat, né? Para ficar salvo aqui. Perfeito. Agora com o link copiado, qual que é a ideia? 45 minutos de foco e 15 minutos de pausa. Para levantar, esticar as pernas, fazer alguma outra coisa. Então, vou pegar aqui o meu Pomodoro, fechar todos esses outros links e deixar só. Aqui eu gosto de deixar with pin, né, com pin, é pinado. Não sei se existe essa palavra em inglês. Deixa eu até conferir se existe. Aqui vai ser uma mistura de inglês com português, tá? Eu vou treinando um pouco em inglês e vou falar algumas palavras ou outras em inglês e outras em português. Então, pinado. Deve ser pinned. Pinnate aqui. Não sei se existe essa palavra em português, né? Mas no inglês tem pinnate.
Pinnate,
Pinnate, que é pinado também.
pinnate,
Pinnate. Pinnate. Ó, pinnate.
pinnate,
Pinnate. 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 Ok. I pinnate my Pomodoro. And that's it. I do. I'm doing this path JavaScript web UI path. I finished it. Eu finalizei. I done. I finished it. I finished this course, setting the foundation for successful test automation. Uh, has important things about uh, how how we need when we start automation projects. We need the the clear objectives to do the to do things to do automation. We need person dedicated to automation tests and define the responsibilities. We need define the tools, the better tools connected with the project. For example, if if we team work with JavaScript, maybe it's more easy, more more safe use JavaScript to uh, automation or frameworks related using this language. But the framework need uh, need updated year by year, because if you choose one framework, one language without updated, it's a chaos. It's a chaos because your automation needs improvement every day, every year, and you need to do this. Uh, the course have a transcript, have the transcript, and this transcript, it's a summary, and the transcript is important to understand uh, how uh, how main objects of the class, objectives of the class. Uh, o que eu falei, né? What's goal for test automation? Uh, it's related to reduce technical debits or execute the regression tests with more fast. Have a facilmente, facilmente. It's more really easy, easily,
Easily.
easily. Um, and enable continuous tests as a part of your build process. Então, tem esses três objetivos, né? Executar teste de regressão de forma mais fácil, mais rápida, rapidamente, né? Acho que rapidamente tem uma outra palavra aqui. Rapidamente. Quickly. Quickly. Para mim era talvez fastly. Fastly. Aqui, rapidamente. Quickly. Fastly. Fastly. Rapidamente. Era essa palavra que eu estava na mente. Até rimou. Fastly. Aí ele fala sobre reduzir débitos técnicos nas sprints e contínuos testes, né? Ter testes integrados ali como parte do processo. Quem vai fazer, if developer do this or a dedicated tester to do this, the person need to prepare need a preparation, I think, need a build construct, the knowing about the automation and about the code, about the tests, need this approach. And how we build this, what the framework, which tests should we automated, what tests, the critical user journey, can automate it or not, what the scenario, What about implementation? You will need to choose tooling for your automation, the tools for automation. Uh, Projects such as programming language or codeless offering. Just a which which your development projects. You will also want to develop standards and convention, especially if you envision multiple people contributing to the automation project. Então, se eu tiver muitas pessoas desenvolvendo, trabalhando em cima desse projeto, eu preciso criar algumas convenções, algumas regras, rules, standards, develop standards and conventions. How will tests be executed? Então, como será a execução, né? Como os meus testes serão executados? Por aí vai, né? Training, maintaining, sobre a manutenção, né? Trading, triagem e manutenção dos testes automatizados. Isso já na primeira aula. Então, ele vai trazendo isso, ela vai, né? Porque é uma professora. Mas vamos ao que interessa, né? A aula de hoje. Beleza. Vou me mutar aqui e aí vocês vão conseguir ouvir somente. É um curso aberto, tá? Então, qualquer pessoa pode ir lá, é curso gratuito. It's a free course. Anyone, 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 yes, anyone else, anyone, it's better. Anyone, uh, any one person, any one person uh, can do this, can subscribe the course and do. But I will play in this live too because I can. And I study this today. Okay.
And welcome to Introduction to JavaScript at Test Automation U. We are so thrilled that you are here and can't wait to spend some time with you going over the fundamentals of JavaScript. My name is Mark and I will be your guide through this entire process. I cannot wait to get started. So what are we waiting for? Let's jump in. All right, let's talk outcomes. Our overall goal with this course is to give you the skills that you need to get started programming. We're going to be using JavaScript as the language and the browser as the platform. Now, here's the best part. The paradigms that you'll learn today, well, those will be transferable over to other languages. So you're going to be getting a lot of skills that you can use when you try other things. That's a lot of value, and I know it's very generous. But hey, guess what? You can thank me and Test Automation U by pursuing your passion for coding. Okay, we're going to talk about variables. In general, variables are like a box, kind of like this box. This box is empty, and I see variables as a way for us to store some information, kind of like the way we do in the box. For example, take this number. This number represents how many pairs of Jordans I have. 105. You can attack me later. But now I have this box with this number in it. Now, if you've ever done anything with a lot of boxes, boxes aren't really helpful unless they have some type of context, some type of meaning. The most common way we do that is to give boxes a label. So let's give our box a label. Now our box says Jordans. We know that inside this Jordans box is the number 105. That's how variables work. They're like boxes we have in memory that store values. And then to be able to reference them later, we give them a name. Like our box here, we have Jordans. Now let's look into the code and see how we can use variables in JavaScript. All right, for this next part, we're going to have you open VS Code on your computer. When you first open it, you'll probably see one of two things: the last file that you worked on or this welcome screen. Either one is fine, not a big deal. But I am going to have you do just a little bit of work here. Go ahead and follow the instructions below on how to create a folder for all of our code. Once you're done, meet me in the next section. Now that you have that done, let's go ahead and open that folder in our editor. Let's go File, Open Folder, find your folder, select folder, then VS Code will show us that we have that folder open. And a good way to tell if this is working is to look for the name of the folder that you selected. Go ahead and hover over the name of the folder and it will reveal some icons. Click on the first one, which is to add a new file. This is the exciting part. We're going to create our file, add some code, and actually see how things work. Name of the file, O1 variables.html. Now that you have your file created, first thing I want you to do is type an exclamation point on line 1. When you see this box pop up, don't worry. We call this a code completion suggestion. The great thing about IDEs is that they work with you by trying to offer some helpful hints so that your code has a better chance of being correct. That's pretty awesome, right? I know. I love it. When we hit enter, we're going to see a bunch of code get generated for us. Now, this is HTML code. It's only a template. Since we're running our code in the browser, we're going to need some HTML to get started. Now, you don't need to know any HTML for this part of the course, but we will circle back later to this and explain what we've done. Go down to line 9, and you're going to enter some new code. After you click on line 9, I'm going to make a script tag. As I start to type it, if you notice, my IDE starts to help me by completing my code. Go ahead and hit a new line, hit enter to have a new line. Now on line 10, this is where we're going to start typing our code. On line 9 and line 11, those are the opening and closing tags for our HTML script tag. You can always tell what the closing tag is because you'll usually see a /. And for the moment you've all been waiting for, let's get down to business. Now it's time for the moment you've all been waiting for. I'm so pumped up. Check this out. We're going to create some code right now. Let's go back to our Jordan example. Remember we had that box that represented our variable? Well, we're going to start typing our variables here. In JavaScript, you have 3 ways to declare a variable. One is to use the let keyword. You can also use the const keyword. And then you also have access to the var keyword. Now, we don't really use var as much before because that's more of a legacy feature for JavaScript. Var has some very different rules than let and const. What I'll tell you to do is as you're starting out, I want you to be as strict as possible when you're talking about let versus const. Let allows you to create a variable but reassign the value. Whereas const, when you create a variable, you actually can't reassign that value. We'll get deeper into this later as we build out more code. But for now, start off with const. And const is actually short for constant. So now we have our keyword const. Now this is a very special word that JavaScript understands. So we have const as our keyword. Let's make our variable name Jordan. All right, now we have Jordan. Our variable names can be any combination of letters and numbers and some specific special characters like a $sign or an underscore. We have to do what comes next, which is an assignment. Now the assignment is the fact that we're going to say, well, this is the value. This is the value that we're going to have in the Jordan's variable. And for us, we're going to say 103. Now, we're going to teach you one more part before we continue because you need just a little bit more to keep going. Add a couple of new lines, and we're going to do console.log Jordans. Now, this is a new thing to you because you haven't seen this before. We're going to come back to what this means, but for now, this is going to allow us to display some values in a part of the browser we call the console. Be sure to save your code. And as an extra tip, make sure that you have format on save enabled. You can find directions for that at the bottom of this video. All right, awesome. With this setup, we're ready to test it out in the browser. Let's go. Right click on your file and then open in default browser. Okay. Wow, look how exciting all this code is. Okay, I get it. This actually is not as cool as you thought it would be yet. But now we're going to open up another part of the browser that you may or may not have spent some time working in. Right click the page. Go ahead and do inspect. This is going to open up a part of the browser we call the console or developer tools. There's a great course on test automation U on the browser and developer tools, so definitely check that out if you want to know more about this. Go to console. Now you're going to see 103. And what's really incredible is that if you look, it tells you which file this came from and which number this came from, which line number. So if we go back to our editor, we should be able to see that it was on line 14 that we output the value of Jordan's. Now, variables are really interesting because we can do so much more. Let's add another variable called name, and I'm going to give it a value of my name. Well, technically, this is my rap name, Lil Technology, but this is my name. We also want to display this on the console, so I'm going to add another copy of line 15. Console.log, and we're going to say name. Now we should see two different outputs. Go back to your browser, because it's already open, and just hit refresh on the browser. Now you see two different things. But let's go back. I did something really quick there, and I want to make sure that we're all on the same page with this one. I used a different type of variable here. The variable name has a value of Lil Technology, but if you notice, I have double quotes around this entire value. Well, those double quotes are actually a string, and a string is a set of alphanumeric characters. It can be special characters, it can be letters, it can be numbers, it can be punctuation, all combined together. So here's a good way to think about when would you use a string versus when you would use a numeric. I like to think if I'm going to do any type of calculation with it, maybe add to it, subtract from it, things like that, well, that's going to lend me to using a string. All right, so this is a great first step. Now, here's your challenge. Let's have you add some code and create some variables. You can do it because you are a superstar, and I can't wait to see what you've created by the next video. All right, see you then. Before we can go forward with the rest.
Okay, I'm back to variables, and I will try do things of the setup, right? Warm, open the warm. Warm is a terminal, personalized terminal using AI. AI has this terminal has AI features to autocomplete and troubleshooting, and I use this. I go to the dev, and there, cd dev, and there I create I don't know pasta in English. It's like file, but folder. Yeah, folder.
folder,
Folder. I create a folder and I use the commands. Will apply a little zoom. mk0, and the name of the course is I don't remember. Yes, TAU, TAU. I don't remember. Intro to JS. I don't remember the alphabet in English now, but create this folder and enter to enter in the folder. right? Now I'm open using the VS Code, code dot, right? Okay, I will create the archive, the file, O1, I don't remember now, it's variables dot gs html, right? Um, when I use this, oh my gosh, it's wrong, use, it's wrong now, okay. And here I use the script tag, open the script, close the script. Um, the he I don't remember the name of the instructor.
Hey everyone.
The Mark talk about the variables. Let we can define variables using let, const, and var. Let, const, and var. But var is a oldest, oldest, has uh, oldest. Yes, oldest way to do this, and has a restriction to use var. We can use var, but it's not recommended because if I change the variable in some moment, I don't remember yet. How why use let instead of var? Let is generally preferred over var in JavaScript because let introduces block level scoping, while var is function scoped. This means let variables are only accessible within the block. They're declared inside of looking. Um, but the main object, uh, I think, is not hosting. Hoisting. Yes, I remember a little about this. A while back, var and let are hosted to the top of their scope. Let variable are not initialized with undefined like var variables are, which can lead to reference error if accessed before declaration. Então, hoisting, I don't remember what mean, lançamento. Esse processo aqui de hoisting, né? O var e o let são yeah, we have the complete definition. Hoisting. There are some other things different, such as hoisting and clearage, but these are the main difference. So basically, let is improved version of var. Most of the times you would use let. Então, basicamente, o let é uma melhoria do var e na maioria das vezes você vai utilizar o let. There are some other slang. I don't know what is called. Há uma pequena diferença entre os dois, comparando roasting closures. Deixa eu traduzir isso aqui. Existem outras pequenas diferenças, como lançamentos, né, roasting and closures. Mas estas são as principais diferenças. Ele traz aqui. The reason let was introduction, a razão pela qual o let foi introduzida no S6 foi porque a função was because function scope was confusing and error prone. Então, let ele causava, né, o var ele causava uma confusão, me parece, com relação a was confusing, era confuso no contexto de função, e error prone. I don't know. Era confuso e sujeito a erros. It's confusing and error prone. It's like that keyword was introduced ES6, a version JavaScript announced 2015, and is basically an improved version by keyword. Variables declared with var are function scoped, while variables declared with let are block scoped. This made that variables declared with var are only accessible within their context functions and their child functions. Então, ele tem uma variável aqui, x, e aí aqui ele consegue imprimir 1. Ele chama e consegue imprimir. Agora, se ele chamar fora, ou tentar imprimir o x, aí ele retorna erro. Faz sentido, né? O let, já ele retorna uma mensagem de erro diferente, x is not defined. Tá, ok. Ok. Certo. Aí ele cria aqui duas variáveis, let igual, vai ser let Jordan, né? Jordans, eu acho, Jordans. 03 e let name. Aí eu vou colocar o meu, né? Put by name passes. And use the console log to print the name, the Jordans. I can use this approach. Name. Close this block. Okay.
Before we can go forward,
now he created other file to do things about data types. Okay, will mute my mic and only here.
before we can go forward with the rest of the course, you probably are wondering which types of data variables can store. Well, you're in luck because that's exactly what I'm going to tell you right now. Here's the setup that I'm using. I've created a file called o2datatype.html in our code folder, and I've already set up a template to work with. JavaScript has many different data types. And when I say data types, JavaScript has the concept of primitive data types. Now, these are built into the language, but they're not objects. We're going to cover objects in another chapter. Specifically, we're going to spend some time focusing on strings numbers, Boolean, and undefined/null. First up, let's talk about everyone's favorite, strings. Strings are letters, numbers, emojis, and any type of character you see on the keyboard. The only catch is that you have to use a single quote, double quote, or backticks to surround the variable value. But for now, you can use single quotes or double quotes. There are no types of performance boost or any other advantages, so you choose the one that you like the most. I'll be using double quotes for our examples. First, we'll create a new variable with a string data type called palindrome. That's a word that's the same backwards and forwards. My absolute favorite palindrome is Taco Cat. As you can see on my screen, I'm using the const keyword to declare my variable and assigning the value to be a string Taco Cat. Now, I'm using double quotes because I just like the energy they bring to the room. Let's create another variable called occupation, and let's mix up the letter casing a bit. I'm using a combination of capital letters, spaces, and lowercase letters. We can do even more complex combinations of characters, but as I mentioned before, we can create string values that use all kinds of characters. A great example of that would be something like a password. Now, this is a very secure password, but I don't recommend using it for any of your sites because, well, it's public now. Strings are very versatile and have a lot of great use cases like storing user input. As you continue on your coding journey, you will find even more ways to use strings. Numbers are a core part of programming because we are always counting or calculating something. But don't worry, I'm not about to hit you with some advanced calculus or statistics here. Let's dive into how numbers work in JavaScript. Numbers can be positive, negative, whole numbers, or even be numbers with decimals. If we were making a banking app, we could have a variable for the APY on an account, and it would look something like this. This is a number with a decimal. What if we wanted to keep track of the number of times we've seen our favorite band? For example, the Foo Fighters, the best band in the world. This could be a variable named number of concerts, and we can give it a numeric value. All right, let's take a quick aside to discuss the naming convention for variables. There are lots of ways to type variable names, but in JavaScript, we usually see camel case. That means the first word is lowercase, and then the next word has a capital first letter, and you repeat this process. In our example, we have number, all lowercase, O for of is capital O, lowercase f, and then a capital C for concerts. You'll see this a lot in programming. Numbers are great because you can do basic operations on them like add, subtract, multiply, divide. But it doesn't even have to stop there. You can even do more advanced math operations like logarithm. JavaScript has some really great built-in features for math that are really cool. All right, I know that I just said that math is cool, but what can I say? I am true to my values. Math, I love you. I've worked with a lot of teams in my life as a youth group leader, and one of the things that I've always wanted from them is a straight answer. Do you want pizza for dinner? Yes or no? Not sorta, not kinda, yes or no. In programming, we often want that type of binary answer, and we have the perfect data type for it, Boolean. The Boolean type is strictly true or false, that's it. This is different from strings or numbers that can have unlimited values. With Boolean data types, you only get these two. These are great for binary decisions like, is older than 21. Let's type that code in. Now, let's give it a value. And because it's going to be a Boolean, we want to say true or false. We normally write Boolean values with either is or the word has as a prefix. As you see on line 19, we have is older than 21. Another example would be has new car smell. We can set the value to be true or false, but we use the prefix has. Another example could be is millionaire. And sadly to say false, but coming soon. Booleans are a core part of everyday programming in JavaScript, and we're going to spend some quality time with them in this course. There are two common data types in JavaScript that are a bit challenging to work with at times. I'll explain. First, there's undefined. It is the default value that gets assigned to a variable when you create it. Let's look at an example in the browser console. Now, when I look at the value for name, I'm going to get undefined. Let's say I made it a string, I could set it with the assignment. The name is hello. The reason I said that it can be challenging to work with at times is because you will spend lots of time when you're coding in JavaScript trying to understand why a value is undefined when, according to you, it should most definitely be defined. Null, on the other hand, is similar to undefined in that both of these only have one option for value, meaning that the only option for a null data type is, well, null. Again, if you think about strings, you can have unlimited possibilities for the values. But for null and even undefined, you can just say the value is null. If a variable is set to null, that usually means that we're saying it doesn't have a value. Okay, that can be a little confusing. Here's a good way to think about it. If you want to clear out the value of a variable, think about it like turning a box upside down and emptying all the contents out. Well, you set the value to null, or you could even set the value to be undefined. That's where the confusion sets in. When should you use undefined? When should you use null? Well, I'll say this. Undefined usually means that there is no value. Null usually means that we are clearing out the value. Let me show you what I mean. We still have our name variable. Still has hello. I'm going to set name equal to null. Now name, the value is null. But if I created a new variable without assigning an initial value, I'll have undefined. Okay, I get that this could be a little confusing which one to use where. Just set values that you want to clear out to null and think about undefined being the default value when you create a variable, but don't assign an initial value to it. Wow, you made it through this whirlwind tour of the JavaScript type system. Nice job, friends. Now, in these next exercises, we're going to practice setting up variables of different types.
Okay, we next challenge is to manipulate the data and types. Create a second file here in my folder. The name of the file is data types .html, right? I need to put the information here. Create a script. Here, script, right? And create some, I don't know, some variable types. It's how it's drawn. I don't know what is drawn. 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 It's a word, phrase, number, any sequence of elements that read the same forwards and backwards. these concepts can apply to various forms of text, to definition extend beyond simple wordplay, also include areas like fashion, branding, and language. Understanding involves recognize symmetry in sequence, highlight their unique characteristics, and maintain identical structure regardless of reading direction. It also a figure of speech. Ele diz que é uma palavra, frase ou número que seguem ou qualquer sequência de elementos que se lê da mesma forma, de trás para frente, de cima para baixo. Because here I have Sator, rotas, Sator. Aqui não, né? Ópera, but it's not Sator. Aqui. É uma palavra, frase ou número que permanece igual quando lido de trás para frente. Por extensão, palíndrome é qualquer série de elementos. É que ele faz. Qualquer série de elementos com simetria linear, ou seja, que apresenta a mesma sequência de unidades nos dois sentidos. Ó, Sator, 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 Sator. Mas se eu ler aqui assim, não vai. Esses aqui no meio não vai. Tenet, Tenet. Ana, Otto, Ineque, seja palíndromos. Entendi. Então, so, Mark Thompson talk about palindrome. Taco cat, hand model, occupation, and I put here and right here now. He create const equal Ana const occupation head model const password it's hand model. I use the generator password in the website. No problem. I use this information. And const API. I don't know what is 1.5. He talk. This is a float number, and the variable it's the type of the variable. The type it's right. late. Oh my gosh, I think my connection. The time, the variable is, yes, the type of the variable is float. We see about the integer variables const. Integer, it's one, for example, and sorry, we see about the other types of the variable. It's number of concerts, number of concerts. But 100.
Lowercase f, and then they kept that math is cool because it's going to be a Boolean.
He put a boolean. Oh, oops, is older than 21. True. And has new camel case. Has new car smell. I don't know what is this, but I can. It's new car smell. It's new car smell. Good. And the last, I think that's it. It's millionaire. It's yes, almost is millionaire. False. If I open in the Chrome, open, open, nothing show, no, nothing display in the website, but when I open the inspect all tools of developer tools, we can see some things in the console here. But about the variables we use it is millionaire, that is house, is older than 21, true, and we can see other variables here. Occupation, I think head model. You can see the float numbers and integer numbers, API, yield, and the number of concerts. Number of concerts. I think that's it. 100. It's 100, right? 100. No, 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. Yes, 1,000. Mm, that's it about this class. It's about data types. Uh, Here we have string, string, float, integer, uh, boolean, and I don't know if have other data types here, but I will try data types JavaScript number defined if I declare the, for example, const test here, not defined, it's undefined here, test, it's not defined, but it's defined. The problem, missing initializer in const declaration. If I use let, for example, let I can not do this. I don't need to do this. Test undefined. Other object, new. The new data type, this is another special data type that can have only one value, the null value. No value means that there is no value. Okay. Boolean number float, and number integer. I don't know how pronounce integer. Integer, right? Integer. That's it, I think, about this class. And we have some questions about the variables. We have questions. This quiz, we found the section. Okay. Before the finish, start my break, we can do this exercise. What are the 3 ways to create a variable in JavaScript? Using let constant var. You can reassign the value of a variable declared with const. No, it's false, because one time declared, one time declared, never declared again. That we cannot. He signed the value to constantly variable. Which variable name is valid? Which variable, which I think applies, which variable name is valid? Number of cars, I think. We can use the but the JavaScript use camel case. But I don't know. This is valid, but I use the camel case of with a big capital, I think. Capital, letter. Letra, capital letter,
capital letter,
capital letter, capital letter. Which is valid string value. Here we use the I don't know, aspas, plus double quotes. Which the following are data types for variable in JavaScript? String, numbers, string numbers, boolean, undefined, and null. Numbers use the numbers, float numbers, and integer numbers, right? When should you use a number data types versus string type? Quando você deve utilizar um número e um string. Numbers are great for passwords because no great, only numbers used to password. Numbers are the best when you want to math. Strings are good for words or combination of characters. Faz sentido. Can be used interchangeable, I don't know, deve ser intercambiável, alternadamente. Strings are good for calculation. Oh my gosh. Which data type is the best user for answering true or false? It's Boolean. Which statement best describes undefined and null? Undefined and null are the same. You can choose. Undefined has more power than null. Undefined represents a variable that does not have a value. Null represents a variable that has been assigned null. He talked about this in the last minutes of the video, I think. Oh my gosh, I'm no 100 credits for successful compared to the first try, 50 credits to the second try, and 25 credits for the I'm wrong these questions. Maybe I don't know because I don't put this in the variables. I can try. I don't know because it's not common use this. No, don't make sense. Maybe this is space, I think. Okay. Okay. 35 credit because I not escolhi. Eu não escolhi. I didn't choose my first option, I think. But no problem. I earned 25 credits. Now I will take a break, I think. Take a break. Take a break. Eu irei. I will take a break. Yes, I will take a break for 20 minutes, I think. And I will be back in 20 minutes. Thanks. And see you in 20 minutes. Bye. Agora vamos voltar, né? No fundo deve estar um pouquinho de barulho. A little bad voice, I think. Se diz barulho em inglês. Noisy voice. But no problem. We will study with focus. Right? Start a new Pomodoro. It's my second Pomodoro. And we'll see about the chapter 1.3, I think. 1.3 arrays, introduction, and I will mute my mic and we watch the video together.
Hey, welcome back. I'm so glad to have you. In this section, we're going to dive into arrays. But first, we should talk about a problem that will come up as you're coding. With the skills we have right now, we know how to store a variable. Remember, variables are like boxes in memory that can contain data, and we refer to that variable by the name we give it. I have many loves in life, and one of those loves is my absolute love for cookies. I'm going to list my favorites in a very specific order. Thank you very much. And here's how they go: chocolate chip, iced oatmeal, and then sugar cookies. Everything else is pretty much dead to me. Now, here's my variable. We're going to call it favorite cookies and take note of the casing here. If I want to store one of my favorite cookies into this box, well, let's see what happens. If I store chocolate chip, that's good, but what if I try to also store iced oatmeal? If I try to also store iced oatmeal, it kind of overwrites chocolate chip. And then if I try to store sugar cookies, well, they overwrite iced oatmeal. Now, you might be saying to yourself that there has to be a better way. And well, guess what? There is. Here's where arrays come into play. Arrays are a data structure. A data structure is a way to organize your data to best serve you. Now, arrays for us are going to be a way to store multiple values in the same variable. We group them all together. Now, look at this container. It has spaces for our values, an individual space. We can put each value in one of these spaces and then store this entire thing inside of a variable, and then we have a solution to our problem. Let's see how that works. Okay, in that first space, I'm going to put chocolate chip. In that second space, I'm going to put iced oatmeal. And then in the third space, I'm going to put sugar cookies. In this example, we're only storing strings, but our array can contain all types of values. We can store numbers, booleans, dates, objects, and so much more. And if you want to get really fancy, we can actually store other arrays inside of arrays. Now, that feels like Inception, so come back down to earth. We're going to be okay. Now, let's talk about what we can do with these arrays. Arrays have a special way for you to access the individual values stored in that array. We start with 0, we go over to 1, then 2, and we keep going depending on how many elements are in our array. Arrays are a critical part of programming because we're always dealing with some sort of list of things. Maybe it's a list of users, maybe it's a list of user accounts, maybe it's a list of our favorite songs, our favorite cookies, our favorite bands, but there's always a need to contain more than one value into a single variable, and arrays are the way we do it. All right, Let's hop into the code and see how we can actually program this data structure. All right, welcome back to VS Code. We're going to create a new file called o3arrays.html. Now, inside this file, we'll do our same trick to get our HTML template. Now that we have our template, remember that all of our content has to go between script tags. In the last section, we talked about arrays conceptually. Now it's time to create an array in code. You should get really excited because things are about to get awesome. Arrays can be created in a few ways. Here is the most common way. First, we'll create a variable. We'll name it favorite cookies. Then we'll assign it the value of an open bracket, close bracket. These are called square brackets, and this gives us an empty array. Let's see what this looks like if we were to test this in the browser. I'm going to do a console.log here and display the output of favorite cookies. Save it. I'm going to switch to my browser and do a refresh. Ignore this warning. Right now, we just care about this array. If I click on this arrow to expand it, we're going to see that the array has a length property of 0. Now, we haven't talked about properties yet, but just think about properties as values that describe our objects. And we'll talk about objects, properties, values, so much more in this course. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. This is an empty array, but I think we can update it to give it a value. Switching back, I'm going to add the best cookie in the world, the chocolate chip cookie. Now, let me be clear, I don't want any messages about how I'm wrong, because I'm not wrong, I'm right. Let's save, go back to the browser, and hit refresh. Boom! Now look at that. Okay, if you see what I see, go give yourselves a thumbs up, but I have a quick little in-video challenge for you. When I expand this array, what will be the length? You got it. If you said 1, give yourselves a high five. You hear that? That was the sound of me giving you a high five as well. When we did our physical demonstration, we saw that arrays have zero-based indexing, meaning if we want to talk about the element in the first position in the array, we start at the number 0. Check out what we have here. We have 0 and we have the value of chocolate chip. Let's go back and add a couple of more values. The way to add more values to an array is to add commas between the values. So let's do that. I'm going to add a new line, then a comma, and add my next value. The second greatest cookie of all time, the iced oatmeal cookie. I'm going to save my work. I'm going to go back into the browser. I'm going to hit refresh. Now, what's the length going to be here? If we expand this, check it out. Bam, we have length 2. So we have 0 index for chocolate chip, and we have 1 index for iced oatmeal. And our total length of our array is 2 because we have 2 items. Let's finish this example off by adding the next cookie. And I'm going to say the sugar cookie. If I just put sugar, it feels weird. So I'm going to put sugar cookie. We'll save it. We'll go back to the browser, hit refresh once again, and now we can see that our array has 3 strings in it. The first index is 0. The last index is 2, but the length is 3. When we get to other control structures and parts of programming, we'll see why that's important to keep track of. All right, this is a high-level overview of how to create an array in JavaScript. They start at 0 index, they have a length, and then the values inside the array can be anything. And for one last part, I'm going to show you what that looks like. So we're going to switch back to the editor. I'm going to add one more value. I'm going to tell you how many cookies I can eat in one sitting. Save. Refresh. We have 4 elements in our array, 3 strings, 1 number, and the value 4 for the length. Okay, folks, this has been an introduction to creating arrays in code. The next time, we're going to talk about how to store the values and how to access the values. Things are about to get even more awesome. I'll see you in the next video.
I forgot one mic, the mic. For do fastly, I wrote the the code here. I created all three arrays, and put information here. And when I go to the website navigator, the browser, we load the page, we have four items of the array. The zero, the all position 1, 2, 3. You have three positions. In our arrays, uh, in the computing, we count, we need to count the zeros, the O. Okay? And we have one more. That's it, I think. Array, we can put numbers, integers, boolean, numbers, boolean, strings, and types of the most types of the remember the types of the data That's it. Now I'm put a quiz of the chapter is on this section 2.2. Okay. Using arrays in code.
And things are about to get awesome. All right, team, welcome back. We are still in our O3 arrays.html. We're going to get ready to dive deeper into arrays, and I hope that you are as excited as I am. Here's what we're going to cover in this video. Accessing values in an array, adding and removing values in an array, and then we're going to be able to tell, well, just how many elements are in an array. There are two ways that you can add values to an array. When you create the array, like we've done on line 10, and you can tell this is creation because we're using the equal sign and then square brackets. I can add another element right here. Butter cookies are not the best in my top 3, but they are okay when you're in a pinch. Let's look at this in the console. Remember to hit save. Then go over to your browser. Remember, I'm using the browser console, so you can just right click and do inspect, and then you can go to the console, or you can use your keyboard shortcut. I'm going to hit refresh. Let's have a look. We have 4 elements. That's what this 4 in parentheses tells us. We can see what they're almost like their ID numbers. We call these the index 0, 1, 2, and 3. And how many items are in the array, which is 4. Pretty cool. Let's go back to the code. That's one way. Here's another way. Maybe you could do what's called a push. Here's how push works. You type the name of your variable. It must be an array. Then type dot push, use parentheses, and whatever goes inside of these parentheses will be added to your array. And this is really dynamic because what you can do is you can get data maybe from a third-party data source and add elements to an array. Maybe you are going to get some data from user input and add it to your array. Or there may be even some type of case where you might calculate something and add it to your array. The possibilities are endless, but this lets you add something when you're not at creation time. Very, very cool. Okay, windmill cookies are pretty good too. Let's do this and let's look at the browser. Okay, chocolate chip, iced oatmeal, sugar cookie, butter cookie, and windmill cookie. If you notice, our length went from 4 to 5. That's how many items are in the array. What about removing items from the array? We can do that as well. To remove items, what you do is use the pop command. So push, imagine a Pringles can where you're pushing new chips into the array, and then pop is more like taking one of those chips off the top of the can, just taking it right off. And the pop is going to remove the last element in the array. So let's see how that looks. If I do favorite cookies dot pop, well, the last element was windmill cookies. Let's save this, and just as a reminder, right click, Open in default browser, opens up your browser. I'm going to hit refresh. Now I only have 4 items, and our windmill cookie has gone away. There's something else very cool you can do. You can say you can actually store the value that was popped off the array. Okay, we can do that. Very cool. So here's a little cool thing I'm going to do and say, I am so sad. Let's go back to the browser, refresh. And you can see this quote is, I am so sad because I'm gone from the windmill cookies. Okay, very cool. So now we can see that pop is very versatile in that you can get access to the thing that you removed just in case. Maybe you want to add it back later or do some other thing with it, but whatever you decide to do, you have that option. So that's adding and removing items from an array. What about if we want to access an individual item in an array? Well, we have to use the square bracket notation. The same thing that we used to create, but this time it'll look a little different. Let's look at it now. I'm going to do favorite cookies, put a bracket, and then I get to choose one of the numbers from my cookie array. So our numbers are going to be, remember, 0, 1, 2, 3. Let's look back in the console so we can see it again. So remember, these are our indices or the index. And the index just tells us where in the array is this element. Well, 0 means the first place. When we count things as humans, we usually start with 1. We say 1, 2, 3, 4, up until the number of items you have. When it comes to arrays, things are slightly different. You start with 0, and then you end up with length of the array minus 1. So our length is 4. 4 minus 1 is 3. So that way you can predict this every time. So if I do 0, I'm expecting to get the first item in the array, but this isn't like pop. It's not going to be removed. I'm just going to get access to the value. Let's console log it and see how it looks. Save, refresh. Okay, the first thing is chocolate chip at index 0, and at index 0 is chocolate chip. Very cool. Let's go back to the code. What if I did something like 5? Now, if we look at the code before I refresh, well, there is no index 5. Let's see what happens. Well, you get undefined. And that's what JavaScript does to save you some headaches. In other programming languages, you might get something called an index out of bounds error, because you go out of bounds of what the indice range is. And the range for us is 0 to 3 inclusive. All right, so that gives us the idea of how we can access it. And here's something very cool. I can also put fav here. Now, here's the value. It's going to replace the FAV with the actual value. Hit refresh. I get butter cookie, and then that's 3. So this is very common. We'll see this again when we look at things like for loops and other types of loops where you'll want to use like an index stored in a variable. But this is extremely powerful. So we've seen how to add, remove, access the different values. The last thing we need to know is, well, how can we tell how many items are in our array? That's really convenient for us because arrays have a property called .length. Let's see how it works. Hit refresh. You can see 4. Awesome. Looks good. And we can still see our values, but here's what's really cool. What if I did a little array inception here? I want to do one more of these. Because remember what I said earlier, that the array goes from 0 to the length minus 1. So this should give us the last element, which should be butter cookies. But let's confirm. Refresh, we got butter cookie. Look here, got butter cookie. All right, that's been a look at arrays. I hope that you've enjoyed this part of the video. Arrays are a very common staple in programming. You're going to see arrays all the time, so it's okay if you need more time to process it. You're totally going to get it, and you're going to be great at it. Keep practicing them. Definitely give yourself a chance to be awesome. All right, friends, That's all for this video. Stay tuned and stay awesome. We'll see you in the next one. Hello, my name is Mark. Hey, my name is Mark, and things are about.
Okay, I wrote the code here. The code create the constant favorite cookies and put the information, I think. Chocolate chip, iced oatmeal, sugar, butter cookie, and 45. Um, Here I'm push, but right? Wait, oh my God. Wait. Yes, what? I put 100 the last of in the last of the array, the last of the array, and put windmill cookies in the last of the array. I have all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I need to change for 7 to get to result expected is undefined for this 26 line. Uh, what else? Create other variable. Variable names cookie. Favorite cookies. I'm use pop. I don't remember. Yes, pop because pop remove the last, delete last of the line of the item the array. In this case, it's window cookies. And when delete window cookies, put the cookies. Before this, my code is print using console log, print the cookie, the last cookie of the array. Print the console log favorite cookies in all position. It will try, but print the 7th position, but this position doesn't have any value because this return undefined. Here I create let one variable calls 3, assigning 3 value for P, F, E, Z, and put and print this information with this position. Here I print the length of the favorite cookies, and here I print the favorite cookies length -1. The last the all position, for example, this array has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positions, and 5 -1. So it's it will print butter cookies, but I modified this array because he has more one line, one information. So if it have it has one information, So we have one, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 length. Its length is 6 minor 1. Ok, cansei. Vamos lá. Vou recarregar aqui a página. I reload the web page. And we have the information here. I have 7 position of the array. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With 6 length. It's 7 words. It's wrong. Okay. I'm so glad because window cookies, I'm going with the cookies. Okay. Stay here. Window cookies. Maybe makes sense print so long. Then the array before change. Before we move the cookie. Okay. When we remove video cookies, that's no in the array. Chocolate chip. Chocolate chip. It's the O position, chocolate chip, and 7 position undefined because this position doesn't exist. Butter cookie is the third position, third position, and butter cookie. It's here. All 1, 2, 3, third position. We don't use 1, 2, 3, 4. It's all 1, 2, 3. Print 6. I don't know why. 6. It's the length. I remember now. It's the length. And length minus 1. It's 5. It's 5, right? Yes. 5 is 100. 100. Yes, same. 100. That's it. And we'll do the exercises. Which of these best describe our arrays? A data structure to store multiple values in the same variable. Multiple variables that we can work with in code. Data structures that can only store a single variable but help us organize our code. I think the first option. What types of value can array store? What types of value can array store? All JavaScript values. All JavaScript types. We can put numbers, strings, booleans, etc. Why are arrays critical to programming? Porque os arrays são importantes. Variables and arrays are essentially the same, so they are interchangeable. In programming, it's often helpful to work with a list of data. Variety in programming is extremely valuable when learning to code. I don't know. I think it's variable and array are essential. List of data, maybe. It uh, it is often helpful to work with lists of data. I think. Code. How would one create an empty array? Here, I need to put the const let and the name array, right? But I don't remember if we use array because maybe it's a I don't know reserved. Reserved words. I don't remember other word to reserved. I earmark reserved book. Put aside, lay aside. I don't know, but reserved word. But I'll use arrays. That's it, the structure. Array inside start at 0, 4, yes, 2. Is the length of the array calculated? The total length of the array is the number of the elements in the array minus 1. It's plus 1. Total of the element of the array of elements in the array plus 1. Total of element of the array, the number is the number of elements in the array. I don't remember exactly if use the plus 1 or not. Let me see how maybe it doesn't sound valid. I don't know, but okay. What does push do to an array? Push it's push is add a new element. Adds one element to the beginning to the end. What does pop to the array? Removes an element to the end of the array. Given the following array, 88, 1,322, 43, 564, which value is at index 3? Oh, 1, 2, 3. 564. 100 credits. Thanks. Next, we will see about functions. Revise functions.
Hello, my name is Mark, and things are about to get awesome. Welcome to a new section where we'll be focused on learning about functions. Functions have a few goals. They help you organize your code for readability, And they allow you to take blocks of code and make them easily repeatable, thus reducing errors. For example, let's take adding two numbers. We can write the code for this with little hassle, mostly because you're a genius, to be honest. But even thinking about having to type the code over and over again isn't really a big deal because it's such a small piece of code. But what if the code was more complex? For example, a long, complex calculation. You wouldn't want to risk having a typo, as the results could be disastrous. Let's say you write a really great piece of code and your team loves it. They love it so much that they take your code and they use it in 5 different places. Then you get news that you need to update this code. Now, how many places will you have to make changes? 5, right? Still not a big deal. But what if the code was used in 5,000 places? That would be a much more involved endeavor, and one that is begging to include mistakes. Here's where functions can come into play. We can package our reusable code into a function and have that function be the only place we have to make the update if changes are needed. All right, let's switch over to the code. What I would love for you to take note of is that I have 2 files here. I have o4functions.html and o4functions.js. In my HTML file, in our template, I have a small difference. On line 9, instead of having my script tag have all of my function code and JavaScript inside that script tag, I'm actually linking to an external file. Now, here's why that can be really important. As your JavaScript code becomes more and more complex, you will start to separate the code into different files. This is going to be our first time doing that here. Let me show you what the file structure looks like. In my same file folder, I have both files, and the only difference in the naming here is the extension. One is HTML, one is JS. With my code saved, I'm going to jump into o4-functions.js, and that just gives us a nice blank canvas to work with, because we're going to talk about one of the coolest things in programming, and that's functions. Because we're going to I'm going to jump into o4-functions.js, and that just gives us a nice blank canvas to work with, because we're going to talk about one of the coolest things in programming, and that's functions. Now, as we talked about in our previous section, we saw how functions can help to organize our code and take code that can be really complex and error prone to make changes and put it in a safe place. Now, we're going to look at a function that sums up 2 numbers. First, we use the function keyword. Then we give our function a name. Now, we want to make sure that our names are meaningful here, so I'm going to say sum. Then I want to define what the parameters are. Since we're going to be summing up numbers or adding them together, let's start with 2 parameters. Let's start with A and B. All of our function code has to live between these 2 characters. These are called curly braces. We saw square brackets when we worked with arrays. Now we're seeing curly braces working with functions. Inside of our function, we have to now add our logic. So what is our logic? In this case, we want to say our logic is A plus B. Then we want to define our output. Well, our output is actually going to be whatever A plus B returns. So I'm going to say return, and that means to give the value back to whomever called the function. And let's see how that'll work. So I will say console.log sum of 10 and 10. Now, here's what I want to see, 20. But the only way we can find out for sure is to let's test our code in the browser. So let's do that step. I'm going to go back to my o4functions.html, and then I'm going to open in default browser as same as before. Just as a reminder, I open it up in the browser, and then I open up the console. That's why my screen looks a little different. From here, I'll do a refresh, and now you'll see 20 on the screen. If you notice, I had to go to o4functions.html in order to be able to open it with the default browser. What if we wanted to write another function that did multiplication? How would we do that? Well, first, we have to give our function a name. And let's say this one is product. Again, we'll take two numbers, A and B, as our inputs. Let's define our logic. Well, our logic is going to be A times B. You know what we can do here? Well, we can return A times B. And let's do our same task of calling console.log, do product, and let's give it a number. Let's do 12 by 12, which is my favorite multiplication from when I was a kid because you felt so smart saying 12 by 12 is 144. I'll hit save. We go back to the browser. I'll hit refresh. And now we have our sum and our product. Let's make sure we understand the language around the way we're using this function. We use the function by name, and then we have to include these parentheses. This is a critical part of understanding the difference between using a variable and using a function. You have to use the parentheses when you want the function to do its job. Just to recap, we have the function keyword, we have the name of the function, we have the inputs or parameters, then the logic, and then whatever the output is. In our case, we're combining the steps of logic plus output into one line. You can see that on line 8. We're saying return, which means give the output back to wherever it's being called, and then A times B. Here's something really cool that you can do with functions. What if I wanted to store that value for other purposes? Well, I can do that as well. I'm going to make a variable. I'm going to call it big product. And I want it to say product times of 1,000 times 10,000. So that's going to give us a larger number. But let's make this even more interesting. I'll make up some random numbers here just to make this even more worth our time. So we can't just predict what that number is going to be. But what we're saying is call the product function, give it these two inputs, take the value that is returned as an output, store it into big product variable. And from there, I can do a console.log of big product. We'll save it, go back to our browser, then refresh. Okay, so now we have our big product being output to our console. This is awesome. Now we know how to create our functions, but there's more to the story of functions and how you can use them. We'll see more in the next video, so you know what to do. Stay tuned and stay awesome. We'll see you in the next one. Hey everybody, welcome. Hello, my name is
We don't have, I speak it, we doesn't have, it's wrong, I think. And it doesn't. But, okay, we don't have. Please, only 3.2. Okay.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm so glad you decided to join us for another video. My name is Mark, and we're about to get awesome. In the previous section, we created some functions using the standard function keyword. There are usually multiple ways to accomplish a task, and the same goes for functions. There are two forms of functions that I want to show you in this section: anonymous functions and arrow functions. Let's start with anonymous functions. These are functions that have the same rules. They need an input, output, and logic, but the major difference here is that we don't give these functions a name, hence anonymous. You'll see this most commonly when you need to pass a function as a callback. In JavaScript, callbacks are functions that can be used as inputs to another function. Yeah, I can hear myself and I can understand how that sounds. So let's break this down and take a step back. Sometimes you'll want to assign some behavior or logic to happen after an event occurs. A great great example of this is the set timeout function. Set timeout takes two inputs, a function and a time in milliseconds. The function is the behavior that should happen, and the time in milliseconds is how long we should wait for that behavior to happen. Let's see a code example of this. Okay, here's our set timeout function. First, we have the set timeout. Then we have our input, which is a function. We have a comma separating our inputs. Then we have our second input, which is the time in milliseconds. Quick tip, 1 second is 1,000 milliseconds. In our case, we're just going to wait for 1 second. And here's how this code works. The set timeout will call our function that we passed in, our anonymous function, after 1 second. Let's see it in action. Save, open this up in the browser. Remember to open in browser, you're going to have to go back to the 04 functions.html and open in default browser. Okay, let's see how it works. I hit refresh. Our other outputs happen, and then after 1 second, we see, hey, you rock. By the way, that's very, very true. Don't doubt yourselves. Back in our code, we can see how this works. Here's the delay time, and then here's the thing that we want. All right, here's the part where the anonymous function comes in. We didn't give this function a name. We could have given it a name. Let's say you rock function. But you don't see this very often. While it's not wrong, most people don't put a name for a function that's going to be passed in as an input to another function, aka a callback. Now let's take a look at arrow functions. I'm going to make a copy of this example because we'll use this as the basis for our arrow function. Arrow functions are just like standard functions, except for there's a bit of syntactic difference here, and we'll walk through it step by step. The first thing that you'll see with an arrow function is that, well, you don't need the function keyword. These parentheses still represent our input list, but between the parentheses and the curly braces, you have to put an arrow. Now, to make an arrow, you do the equal sign and then a greater than sign. So you can see it broken up. Now, your arrow might look a little bit different than mine. That's okay. Check below this video in the resources to find out which font I'm using to make my code look so cool. Here's another great thing about arrow functions. If you have one line of code only, you can drop the curly braces. Last thing that you'll notice is that we can also drop the semicolon if there's only one line of code. These two pieces of code from lines 16 through 20, these are actually identical in functionality. They work the same way, but one is less code. This is a great time to talk about when to use a function or to use an arrow function. Barring a special case involving the this keyword, you can really interchange these. However, be very careful. Arrow functions have some very small changes that are really important to note. In arrow functions, if you have one line of code, the arrow function assumes that that is your return value. In our more verbose function, well, it actually says the return value is undefined unless you put the return keyword. With arrow functions, if you want to use more than one line of code, you have to bring the curly braces back, and then you will have to use the return keyword as well. My final tip here, do not use arrow functions to look fancy. I know that it seems really cool to have very short code, but you don't want to sacrifice the readability of your code just to look cool. All right, team, that's been functions so far at a high level. We will continue to build upon our knowledge of using functions, variables, and more. Definitely come back for the next video. Stay tuned and be awesome. We'll see you in the next one. Hello, my name is Mark Thompson, and things. Hey, everybody.
Okay, question, Mary. Which is not a purpose for functions, putting rules of code together to avoid fight with it. Organize your code for better readability. A place to hide your code so you can have more screen space. What is the programming term for the inputs of a function? It's parameter, I think. Let me see here. When I use a function, it's params. So the terms for the input of a function is parameter. All functions have a return value. I don't know, maybe yes or not. I don't remember. Here in these functions, we have return, 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 but not explicitly return word. And false, I think. Sometimes the function doesn't have don't have return. What is a function with no name called in JavaScript? Anonymous function. What's the difference between arrow functions and the standard functions? I don't remember, but I will try. Both styles of functions do the same work and are the same. If your arrow function has a single line of code, then the function assumes that it is your return value. Functions using the function keyword have better performance. I don't remember all the better performance. Arrow functions. Now let's take a look at arrow functions. I'm going to make a copy of this example because will use this the basic for arrow function. Arrow functions are just like a standard function, except for there is a bit of synthetic difference. A bit, big enough, big enough, a bit, synthesis. But only races. I don't know. When using a standard function, what is the default return value? So I don't use return keyword. In our more verbose function file, it actually says the return value is undefined unless you put for keyword. It's undefined. What's the most common use case for anonymous functions? Function sections. As one function use case for anonymous function. Anonymous function, there is a function that has some rules. They need input, output, logic, but the major difference here is that don't give these function names. He is anonymous. All functions have return value. Okay. And it's the most common use case for you must save your time by not having to write the name of function. Oh my gosh, function inception. Function inception. Pass one function as input another. Okay. We have objects, classes, conditional, complex, conditional loops, and while loops. Okay.
Hello, my name is Mark Thompson, and things are about to get awesome. Let's talk about objects in JavaScript. Objects are a special data type in JavaScript. They allow us to describe things with a lot of detail. The details are what we would call properties. The properties allow us to describe our objects. Let's take this shape for example. How would you describe the shape? We would probably call out the shape type, which is square. And then you probably call out the color, which is blue. Objects can also allow us to define functions or behavior too. Perhaps we would have a behavior that could make this shape shrink or grow. We're going to see how to create objects in code and how we can work with them. JavaScript is a really fun language, not only because you can start working on it with just a web browser, but it has so many features to make doing things that would be more complicated more straightforward. One of those things is creating objects. In JavaScript, we can create objects in two main ways: object literals and classes. First up, we're going to talk about object literals. These allow us to create an object with the least amount of effort. We just need two curly braces and we're good to go. Let's see how this looks in code. For this example, I'm in o5-objects.html, and I've also created o5objects.js. I've linked these two files together. You can see that link on line 9. And remember, this is an example of an external JavaScript file. Let's make a new variable called cookie. We're going to assign it the value of empty curly braces. With these two empty curly braces, we have an object literal. If we were to check in the console, we could see that we have an object. Let's see what that looks like. Go back to your HTML file, click open in browser. All right, if we look in our browser, we see that we have an object. Now, don't worry about what the proto is. That's far beyond the scope of this introduction class. However, you can see that you've created an object, which is working in your favor. Now that you have this object created, you are on your way to success in JavaScript. I want you to get that hand up, and you hear that? That's the sound of me giving you a high five once again because you're crushing the game. Let's go back to the code. Now we can expand our creation of our object a little bit more here. Now that we have our object created, we can add some properties to that object. As we talked about in the intro, properties are like the details of an object, and then we can give those details actual values. For example, I may want to know what the name of this cookie is. So I'll type name, colon, and then I need to give it a value. Okay, let's take a quick step back and look at this format. We have our name on the left-hand side. One thing that you may see in other examples of code is that you may see the properties with quotes around them. That's totally okay. You can do that. Quotes are usually used when you want to have property names that are a little bit more fancy. For example, if I wanted a property name cookie name with a space in between, then I would use quotes. But if it's just one word with no spaces or no special characters, you can usually get away with doing it without the quotes. When I have more than one property that I want to define, take note of that language. I want to define another property on my object, which means create another property. I have to put a comma to separate those properties. What's another property that we might add to a cookie? Maybe we have a property that's called is gluten free. Well, that property will be a true or false, because you can't have a little bit of gluten and still be gluten free. It's either you are or you aren't. So that looks like a Boolean. We'll give it the value of false. Let's save this and go back to the browser and see what the console tells us. Now when I console.log, so let's refresh. Now, when I console log this property, you'll see a summary, but you can expand it by clicking on this little arrow. Now you see what the properties are, and then you'll see the values. Take note here that the properties are listed in a different order than I created them. Well, that's something that you will have to take in consideration when working with objects in JavaScript. The order is not guaranteed. If you want to access an individual property, you can do so by using the dot operator. Let me show you how that looks. We type the variable name, then type dot, and then you type the property name that you want. So I'll say name because I want to see the name. Let's save it. Let's go back to the browser. Refresh. Now you see only the chocolate chip. These properties are kind of like variables in a way that you can actually assign them values using the equal sign. Let me show you what that looks like. I've used the variable name, the dot, then the name property, and set the value equal to chip chocolate. Let's see how this changes our object. I'm going to change it here to show the full object. Refresh. Okay, now you see the name is chip chocolate and it's still gluten free. I can change any property that I want this way. All right, let's see how this works out. Oops, I made a misspelling, and you can see in JavaScript that when you try to access a property of a variable that is undefined, you will get this type of error. Let's go back and fix it. Save, go back. All right, now you can see my object has a name property of chip chocolate and a is gluten-free property of true. Okay, this is looking really awesome. Now, there's a second way that I want you to be aware of that you can access properties on objects. We use that with the square brackets. Yep, it looks just like an array indexing, and it's nice and confusing, right? But most of the time, you can use the dot operator, but sometimes you'll need to use a square bracket. Let me show you an example of that. What if I wanted to have a property name with a special character? Let's say I want to have plus yummy for whatever reason, and I want the value for this to be true. Now, let's see what happens when I try to access that property using the dot operator. I'm going to save it, go back to the browser, going to hit refresh. Okay, you see that special character is not a valid property name. In order to solve this problem, I'm going to have to use the square brackets. Now, that's actually not enough. I'm going to have to use quotation marks as well. Now, let's see how it looks. Okay, now you can see our list of properties. You can see the value, and we're off to the races. All right, friends, that's been the first part of creating objects in JavaScript. In the next video, we're going to create an object in JavaScript using classes. Can't wait to show you how that goes. Stay tuned and stay awesome. We'll see you in the next one. Hello, my name
I reproduce the part of the yummy. Okay. I don't remember. Print. I need to understood how I need to use the yes, for example. I want to have four plus yummy for whatever reason. And I want the belly for this to be true. Now, let's see. Let's see what happens when I try to access that property using the dot operator. I use dot operator, expected token plus. Okay. You see that a special character is not valid property name. In order to solve this problem, I also have to use square brackets. Now that's actually enough. I'm going to have to use quotation mark as well. Say but how modify plus in the bell code. Good. I will put here. I need what's the brackets? It's brackets. Brackets, yes, brackets. Now we will see about the functions classes. Okay.
Welcome back to another
Oh my gosh, I forgot the time, the time class, but I will take a break and return in 15 minutes again. 15, 15, 15 it's, I don't remember. 15, 15. 15.
15.
15 minutes. I will be back in 15 minutes. Thanks. See you later. I'm back. Okay, I will, uh, we will see about classes. Let's go.
Mark, and things are about to get awesome. In the last video, we learned. Welcome back to another video. My name is Mark, and things are about to get awesome. In the last video, we learned about object literals, and they are a really great way of creating objects. But we run into a similar problem that we did when we first started creating variables. That is, what if we wanted to create an assortment of cookies, or like multiple cookies, but they had the same structure, meaning the same properties, but different values? Well, I could copy and paste the object literal code over and over again, but you know what we'll end up with? More and more opportunities to mess ourselves up with a mistake or a typo. And instead, what we could do is we could use some type of template to create our objects. Well, those templates are called classes. In 2015, when the ES6 JavaScript version was announced, we saw the introduction of a fancy way to make objects by setting up this template that you could then provide the details to, but all of your objects would have the same structure. I know this sounds like a dream, and if you're thinking this reminds you of functions, well, you're not that far off. This is very similar in concept. Classes are great because they can act like a car factory that makes cars based on the user specification. Auto manufacturers kind of do this now. They produce cars now that have the same structure, but may have different interior details or different paint jobs. The best part is that they can reproduce this behavior over and over again without reinventing the wheel. No pun intended. Let's see how we can make some classes work in JavaScript. In our object.js file, we're going to use the keyword class, then type cookie. But this time we're going to use a capital C because that is the standard or the best practice for making classes in JavaScript. You want to make the first letter capital and then continue with your camel casing. So far so good. Let's see how can we make a new object. Okay, let's take a look at the line 13 code. We create a variable called myCookie, then we assign it the value of a new cookie. So this new keyword means, hey, when you run this cookie class, give me a new copy, like make a new cookie for me. It's almost like getting things created right there. So it's going to create your new object. And take note here, we're using 2 parentheses at the end of our class name to create it, to invoke this behavior. And this is similar to functions for some reasons that are just beyond the scope of what we're going to learn in this class. Let's see what we get on the console. Save, refresh. All right, things look a little bit different, but don't let this fool you or intimidate you. You still see your empty object, and this is telling you what this object was created with, and that's with the cookie class. Okay, let's see in the code how we can add some properties to this cookie. In the object literal, we ended up specifying the value and the property name directly inside the curly braces. Well, here we're going to use what's called a constructor. The constructor is just the rules that you need to create your cookie. Now let's think about the properties that we want. We want name. We also want is gluten-free. So let's set up our constructor to support these 2 properties. Our constructor is like a special function, so it can have its inputs. But in our case, we need to be very specific. So we want to say this dot name. And when we say this in our constructor, well, we're talking about this new object that we're creating. That's the context we need to keep. This new object we're creating, the name for it will be whatever name that's passed into our constructor. And the property for gluten-free, this is gluten-free property for our cookie that we're creating is going to have the value of is gluten-free. When we go back down to line 18, we have to give our cookies the values that we want. The name of this cookie, iced oatmeal. Is this gluten-free? False. Now, as a sidebar, if you haven't done yourself the favor of going to get some iced oatmeal cookies, putting them in a microwave for 30 seconds on 70% power, dunking them in milk, and enjoying life, you should go and do that. Now let's go back to the browser. I'll do a refresh. Aha! This looks very similar. Let's go back actually and uncomment our other object so we can compare the 2. All right, these objects look almost the same. The only difference is this object that we made with our cookie class, it has a bit of a stamp that tells you which class created this object, whereas with the object literal, you do not get that same thing. But guess what? Everything else works nearly the same. If we want to console log the name, we can do that. Refresh, and then you see iced oatmeal is the name, and it looked the exact same. Now let's see how it works with the square brackets. Refresh, same behavior. So objects created with the class or with the object literal both operate almost identically. There are some syntactic differences, but we'll still get the same outcome. All right, we have time for one more thing. I want to show you how you can add functions to object literals and functions to classes. In our object literal, we're going to add a function. The property name will be eat cookie, so it should be a verb. The property name should be eat cookie. Now, this should be a verb as opposed to a noun, right? It should be an action. assign it the value of a function, this function will be anonymous, then the logic of this will be just to console.log I am eating plus the value of this dot name. But know for now that the this dot name means we're trying to access the property of name from this cookie. I'm going to comment out some of our other consoles, and then we're just going to do a cookie dot eat cookie. Be sure to use your parentheses here to make sure that we're actually running this function. Go back to the browser, refresh. Okay, I am eating chocolate chip cookie, so you can see that function being called. Now, if I didn't put the parentheses there, it doesn't run the function, so you need those parentheses. Let's do the same thing in our cookie class. To accomplish this, we will create what they call a method, which is a function that belongs to a class. Inside of the class, you don't need the function keyword. I know this can be a little bit tricky to remember, but the more you practice, you'll commit some of these things to memory. All right, console.log I am eating this dot name. We'll take out this console.log and we'll call my cookie dot eat cookie. Save it, go back to the browser and refresh. I am eating iced oatmeal. How awesome is that? In this section, we've seen how to create objects using classes, how to create a constructor, and even how to add functions to object literals and to classes. As always, if any of this is confusing, rewatch this video. Be sure to try the examples in code and even try the examples along with this lesson. Hang in there because you can totally do this. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned and stay awesome. We'll see you the next time. Hey, my name is Mark.
It was a little difficult understanding the last information about the constructor and the function inside. Yes, inside of the post. But I will read here and I will try to understand this new information for me, I think. Okay, the classes and objects is like the same thing, but when we use the class, we can see the name. The difference is these objects that we make with our cookie class. It's at a bit of stamp that tell you which class created these objects. But the difference, that's it, because we have a name. When I use a class, we have the name of the class. How class provide this information. When we use objects, we don't have this information. I think that's it. But the everything else the same. Okay, it's the same thing, but class, we have name of the class when the in the console log. How I will try insert the questions, I think. In JavaScript, what are objects? Memory address that point values, a collection of properties that describe something, the parent objects, types, or undefined. I don't remember. Okay, we have this here. Here, in the last video, we learned about objects, literal delay, are a really way of creating the objects, but we will, gosh, I have this insert this classic. What is object? Objects are a special data type in JavaScript. Objects they allows us to describe things with a lot of detail. The details are what we will call properties. The properties allow to describe our objects. Um, in JavaScript, or memory address that points to values, a collection of properties and values that describe something. Which types of values can property have? All valid values for variables in JavaScript, I think. Where do you store objects? Where do you store objects? I don't know. Variables, objects cannot be stored. When we use object, objects in a variable, think in variables. How can objects be created? Using square brackets like arrays, using square brackets or arrays, no, arrays because brackets, that's it. Square brackets. I don't know. Oh, shades. Yes, like array. Okay. Using object literal in classes. Which operator is used to access property of an object? I think dot. I think it's dot. Dot. Which version JavaScript introduced classes? I don't remember, but oh my gosh, classes. I don't know. Maybe in 2015, when the ES6 JavaScript version was announced, we saw the introduction of a fancy way to make objects, a fancy, chique, né? Fancy ways to make objects by setting of this template that you code, then provide the details to, but all of your objects would have the same structure. ES6 2050. ES 2050. What does the new keyword do when used with classes? The new keyword created a new object based on the class structure. The new keyword created a new class that can be used later. The new keyword changes the value of the variables used with the class. I don't know. Que é a nova palavra-chave quando usada com classes. What the new keyword? I don't remember. New keyword. New keyword. I don't remember. But here, new keyword. Create a new class. Copy the information of the class. New keyword create a new object based on the class structure. Makes sense for me. When should you use class? Class object literal. Você deve usar, né? There are no advantage either way. Classes are the current standard and completely replace object literals. Object literals are great for repeating structure, but when we need to repeat the structure, classes are better. In my understanding, the classes and the objects is the same thing, but use the classes is more fancy, more organized, and we have some information about the class. But I think the second option. What's the value of using the bracket syntax with objects? Let's talk about this way. How use the brackets? What's the value of using the brackets with objects? If we want to make our objects an array, use we want to make our objects an array, use square brackets allow to access the index of our object. The square brackets allow to access properties via dynamic namings or name with special characters. Okay. Which of these best describe the use of a constructor? It's hard for me, I think. Constructors allow you to set values for the properties of an object during creation. Constructors create functions for behaviors of objects. Constructors build objects with or without the new keyword. Well, maybe the first option. That's correct. But how can objects be created? Using object literals and classes. I don't know. It's a shuchi. I don't know shuchi in English. Shuchi. Ram. They quick. Quick. It's a quick. Short. But in the next week, I will revisit this and you write the questions, I think. I will try. Okay, next class, it's about conditionals. Okay, let's go.
Hey, my name is Mark, and things are about to get awesome. First off, I'm extremely proud of you for making it this far. You are straight up crushing it. We've covered a lot of the fundamentals of programming with JavaScript, such as data types, arrays, objects, and functions. While there is so much more to learn with JavaScript, there is one more topic that we should cover in the fundamentals. One that'll give you a little bit more control over how you build your applications. Let's dive in. When you are writing code, your code executes from the top down, line by line. But in reality, we see that we usually need to make decisions based on some conditions. Let me explain. Before going outside, you like to check the weather. But why do you do that? You check the weather because you want to dress appropriately for going outside. If it's cold outside, you grab a jacket or a sweater. If it's warm outside, you might grab your sunglasses and a water bottle. We need to be able to perform specific actions based on the information you have access to. In programming, we do this with control structures. We're going to be exploring if and else. These allow you to perform specific actions if a condition is true and have a different path of action otherwise. This is the else. Now, let's break that down just a bit more. The decision that we're talking about is the code that will run next. For example, let's take an app that takes attendance to an event. The maximum number of people that can attend it, let's say 15. We can write our code like this. Let's run through how this works. With our variable attendance defined, we can give it a value of, say, 14. Let's see what the code outputs. I'm going to save it. I'm going to go to the browser, open up the console, and run this code. Okay, there's nothing being output here. Let's set the value to 15. Now let's see what the code outputs. We'll save it, go back and refresh. I like that energy. Look at what we're doing here. See, we're at full capacity, which means that we satisfied our condition. Now, what if we want to do something if the attendance is less than 15? Because right now, if the attendance is less than 15 or greater than 15, we actually don't have anything output. Let's have a look. So what can we do? Well, there's another component to the decision tree that we are creating. Let's look at else. Okay, next you see that console.log, we have room if the attendance is not 15. So this is what we will call an else condition, where it is otherwise, this is what we see. This is what we call our else condition. If the attendance is 15, we'll output we're at full capacity. But if it's anything else, we're going to see we have room. Let's try this in action. I'll change it to 16. Refresh. You see we have room. But that's actually not true because in our initial condition, we said, what if the attendance is 15? That's full capacity. So if you're greater than 15, it shouldn't say we have room. What will it say if it's less than 15? It still says we have room. Despite the fact that we have some more work to do, we've made it really far. Quit playing. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to get that left hand up. I want to give yourself a high five right now. You hear this? That's the sign of me giving you a high five for being awesome. Now that we know how the code is working so far, if the number is anything other than 15, we output actually the wrong message. Let's make our condition more specific. To do that, we'll have to incorporate some new tools. When you see the triple equal, so 3 equal signs, then what that means is absolutely equals. But we can also use greater than and less than too. And the best thing about this is that we can have multiple decision points with different conditions. Let's see how that looks. First, we'll say, if attendance is less than 15, we will say we have room. Then we'll add a special condition called an else if. So if the else by itself is just an otherwise, the else if allows us to say, okay, if it's not the first thing, maybe it could be the second thing, so we can still be specific with our conditions. And we can add one more condition. So if we're less than or greater than, there's one more condition where we can be at capacity, which is equal to. So we'll just do an else. And we'll say console.log, we're at full capacity. Okay, let's save this and run it. You can see we have room at 14, so what happens when we're at 15? Save it, we're at full capacity. Now what about if we have 16? Let's save it, we're over capacity. So we have if attendance is less than 15, we have one set of code that's going to run. If attendance is greater than 15, we have a different set of code that's going to run. And then finally, if it's neither of those, which means if it's not less than and it's not greater than, that means it's equal. Well, that's where we're going to have our console.log we're at full capacity. We just introduced something called else if, and that allows us to have decisions that are linked but separate. Here's an example. We only get to the else if condition when the condition before it fails, or meaning it evaluates the false. Then we try the second condition. That condition happens to be true for our case, and then we skip the else. When you're doing if, else, you can have one if, multiple else ifs, and a single else. And you go from the top all the way down. And it'll try each condition until it either evaluates to true or finally gets to the else. I hope you've enjoyed this look at making decisions with if, else, and else if. Come back to the next video where we can talk about more complex conditions. Stay tuned and stay awesome. We'll see you in the next one. Hey, everyone, my name is Mark and things are about to get awesome. In the previous video, we worked with if-else blocks and saw that you can have multiple conditions in your app. We saw the use of if-else and else-if. Here's a situation I want you to consider. What if you were car shopping and had a specific checklist for the car? It must be red, have 4 doors, and the price must be less than $2,000. All right, I can hear some of you over there asking me, what kind of car do I think I'm going to get for less than $2,000? Well, I'm going to tell you, as my father would tell me, you just need something to get from point A to point B. Now, our first instinct is to try to write our code like this. Okay, stop here for a second. It looks like we need a way to have multiple conditions. I wish JavaScript had something for that. And boom, yes, they do. Check this out. There are 2 special operators that we can use to combine conditions for a single if or else if statement. We have and represented as 2 ampersands, and we have or represented as 2 pipe characters. These operators act like a sort of glue for a condition. But before we can go forward, we need to take a little dive into how combining the conditions will actually work. Let's head over to the whiteboard. Okay, so we have this concept called a truth table. It'll tell you what outcome you can expect when you have multiple conditions. It looks like this. Say you have 2 variables, P and Q. If P equals true and Q equals true, then the combination of the conditions is true. Let's draw out the table. You have true and true equals true. True and false equals false. False and false equals false. Then false and true equals false. Now, these each represent one of your expressions in your conditions. So if you're asking something like age equals 13 and name equals Mark, then both of these would have to be true for the entire thing to be true. If one of these is false, then the entire thing is false. There's another part to this story. What if you want to take one or the other condition? For example, what if you wanted to say, if car color equals blue or car color equals red, then we buy the car. In this case, you have to have 2 ways to satisfy this condition. If the car color is blue or if the car color is red. Let's look at the truth table for P and Q using OR. True or true equals true. True or false equals true. False or true equals true. And false or false equals false. One way to think about this is to look for at least one true expression in your condition. If just one of them is true, then we'll take it. At a restaurant, you may ask for a specific drink, and if they don't have it, you will ask for another, and eventually you'll say, I'll take a Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi, or Mr. Pibb. Any of the provided options will do in this case. Okay. So that was a much needed background. Now we understand truth tables. Let's head back to the code, shall we? Now that we are truth table geniuses, let's write the code that kicked off our entire conversation. Remember that we want a car that matches our specifications of price, color, and number of doors. Because we wanted all of these to be true, we're going to have to use the AND operator. If we only wanted one of them to be true, we could use the OR operator. Now, as a side note, you can group conditions and expressions with parentheses and have even more complexity, but just be careful not to write too complex code. All right, on to the code. Let's define our car object. Okay, we have an object with 3 properties, price, color, and num doors. Let's add our if condition. So if car.price is less than 2,000 and car color equals red and the number of doors equals 4, we're going to console.log, we'll take it. Else, console.log, whoop, it's best to keep looking. Save it, and we're going to test this in the browser. All right, we see that it says it's best to keep looking. That's because we don't match our condition exactly. If we look at the code, we say car price is less than 2,000. In this case, the car price is 2,000. So we could change our condition or change our data. Let's just change the data and make the car price 1,999. Let's go back to the browser console and have a look. We hit refresh. Now we see that we'll take it. The reason we made this change is because the car did not meet our expectation. Let's change it back to 2,000 and see what else we could do. Now, let's take the same example and then write it using ORs instead and see how things work out. Just so we understand what's happening, with the ORed condition, if the car matches any of these, we will be in good shape. Let's look in the browser. refresh and it says we'll take it. One other option is that we can always mix and match ands and ors, but in this case you'd have to use parentheses to make things more clear. So I would wrap this condition in parentheses by itself to say if the car price is less than 2,000 or the color is red and the number of doors equals 4. So we have a combination of an and an or. Either we care about the car price being less than 2,000 or we want a car that has a color red and the number of doors equals 4. Let's head back to the browser. Let's refresh. We still see the same outcome. Let's say we do the price and the number of doors equals 3. We already don't match the price. Let's see if we can match the second condition. We'll save, go back to the browser, refresh. It's best to keep looking because both of these are false. It is false that the car price is less than 2,000 because the car price is actually 2,000, and it's also false that the car color equals red and the number of doors equals 4. Both of those have to be true with an and. So both of these are false, so it's best to keep looking. I know this was a jam-packed video, so thanks for hanging out until the end. If any of this was confusing, definitely rewatch the video. Try out the code for yourself, definitely practice, and see if that helps bring it to life for you. Head over to the next section as we continue our journey through JavaScript. Stay tuned and stay awesome. We'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone.
Okay. In general, how does our code execute? How does our code execute? Top down, line by line. I don't know. Start with functions and then other parts follow. I don't remember. He talked about it in the video. I don't remember. Execute code, execute. Maybe in the last classes when we talk about conditionals.
Hey, my name.
Top down, line by line. When you write code, your code executes from top down, line by line. Okay. Top down, line by line. What is what is an if statement? Control structure. If something, else something. Something. Aqui, ó, com a língua para fora. Something. What control code is run with an if statement? What controls which code is run with if statement? Condition. If a condition in if statement has been met, example evaluates to true, what's happened next? The code associated with that condition is run. What type of value must Boolean leave? Boolean have true or false. In JavaScript, which symbol mean strict or absolutely equals? 3 equals. Can you have multiple if statement in application? Yes, true. We can have multiple ifs. I think they talk about, I'm not right, but they talk about this multiple ifs, I think. In JavaScript, which symbols allow your combine multiple conditions? Mm, Here, and O. Which if statement A, B, what must be true for the condition to evaluate to true? Uh, both both A and B must be true because it's E. So A true and B true, A true, A true and B true equal true. A false and equal false, the result is false. It's not true because in this condition we need the both variables are needed true. When will and use when will else statement be executed? After the if is completed successfully? No. After the previous statements, if they are all false? Yes. Oh, oh, 100 credits for me. Thank you very much. The next, it's loops and while loops.
Hey everyone, my name is Mark, and things are about to get awesome. There's one more foundational concept that we need to cover in this course. Let's jump into it. Suppose that I had an array of 5 names and I asked you to display each name one at a time. You could probably write that code with something like this. And you would do this like you see on the screen about 5 times. This seems reasonable, but here's where things get a little weird. What if I had 50 names in the array? You could probably figure out a way to write this code 50 times, but you would probably find yourself making an error somehow. But it's still possible. Okay, but think about this. What if you didn't know how many items were in the array beforehand, and you needed to write the code to make this happen? Wouldn't it be nice if there were a way to repeat a block of code over and over again? Well, you are in luck because JavaScript supports this concept, and it's called loops. And loops do just what we need. They allow us to repeat code over and over again. And there are multiple types of loops. Let's jump into the code and have a look at a few different types. First up is the modern classic for loop. A for loop is absolutely great for repeating a task a set number of times. Here are the main parts of the for. First, you start with the for keyword. This lets JavaScript know the type of construct we'll be using. On line 1, I use the let keyword to declare a variable called I and give the initial value of 0. After the initialization, we have what's called the condition. How many times should I do this loop? If the condition sounds familiar, well, it's because we've seen it before when working with if statements. The same rules apply here. The most common condition you'll see when starting out with your programming is I less than array.length. You can have other variations here, but this is usually a good place to start. Once we've defined our condition, the next step is to decide how you want to update your counter variable, or how you want to increment it. Commonly, you will increment or update the value by 1, but you'll run into times where you'll want to do something a little different. Maybe you'll want to increment by a different number, or even you may want to go backwards and decrement. Being able to customize a for loop is just another example of being flexible in programming. The plus plus means add 1 to I. We'll finish our structure with curly braces. Now, anything inside the curly braces will be executed the number of times from starting from 0 while I is less than names.length. The only thing that's left to do now is to define the loop body, or what's the logic that we want to execute. Let's have a look at the for loop again from our original hypothetical. So we have our for loop. Let's add our names array. Now we have our for loop. For let I equals 0 while I is less than names.length, and then I plus plus. Inside, we're going to go over each element of our array. So we'll do it this way. Console.log, the names variable, our brackets, then we'll use I here. During the life of the for loop, I will start at 0, go 1, then 2, because 2 is going to be less than names.length, which is 3. But remember, we're starting at 0, so we're going to get 1, 2, 3 iterations, and that's going to take us where we want. And we should see these names on the console using this code. Let's save it, and let's have a look in the browser. Now, here's the great thing. We see Mark, Sarah, and Ebony in order as they appear in the array, and you see that these all come from the same line in the code, which is line 4. This is really incredible, and this is introducing a new level of sophistication to your code, because now you can have code that can be repeated a set number of times, the same way you might see when you're doing your test. You might see your test repeated a certain number of times based on some inputs. Okay, let's look at another example. What if we have an array of numbers and we wanted to double each of these numbers? To do this, we need to go through each of the items of the array and do some logic. Okay, let's give it a try. Let's create our numbers array. Then we need our for loop. First, we start with the keyword for, then our parentheses. We'll do let. We've used I already, and technically we could use it again, but for clarity's sake, we're going to use the next letter in the alphabet. We'll start with J. We'll set J equal to 0. Just a quick note about I versus J, etc. Why didn't I use X? Why didn't I use A or some other letter? Well, this is a very standard practice in programming that you start with I and you start using letters after I. So you use I, then J, then K, and then you continue through the alphabet. This is just something that's been around for a very long time. There is no rule that says you have to do it, but this is what we call convention. And this convention actually goes beyond JavaScript. It goes across most, if not all, programming languages. Next up, we have our condition. Well, we want to say, well, J is less than numbers.length. Console.log numbers, and then we'll put in our variable J, and then finish with a semicolon. Let's save it. Let's go to the browser and test this out. We're in the browser console. We're going to hit refresh. Okay, we only output the values, but we didn't double them. Let's fix that. To double a number, it would really be times 2. So I'm going to say this star for times, and then the number 2. And that gives us our formula. Let's go back. We'll clear the output. We'll refresh. Now you see 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Mark. Yeah. Okay, so we've just had our introduction to for loops. For loops allow us to repeat code a set number of times, and that time is usually based on the condition. Typically, we start at 0 and then we iterate a certain number of times, but those rules are flexible. Sometimes you might want to start at a higher number or a different number or even a calculated number. But that's where for loops reign supreme, because they are extremely flexible. So you have your initialization, you have your condition, and then you have your increment. And in this case, we use J++, which is the same as saying J equals J plus 1. Now, for loops are just one of multiple types of loops that we have access to. To learn about the other two, why don't you head over to the next video. Stay tuned and stay awesome. We'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, my name is Mark, and things. Hey everyone, my name is Mark, and. Hey everyone, my name is Mark, and. video, we focused on using for loops. And in this video, we're going to see how we can use a different type of loop. You see, for loops are really helpful when you have a predefined number of steps that you want to take. Like when you're using a for loop to go through each item of an array, for example. But what if you don't know how many times you want a loop to run, but instead you have a better idea about when you want it to stop? Let's take user input. We might want to ask the user to repeat entering information until they give you the correct information. Let's take the specific example of asking a user to enter a password. You would probably repeat that step until they entered the right password. Let's actually write some code to accomplish this. A while loop starts with the while keyword. Like with other programming syntax, we have to let JavaScript know what to expect. After you type the while keyword, then you put parentheses. Inside the parentheses, you put the condition in which to keep running the loop. So this means as long as the condition is true, the loop will continue. Let's define some variables. For our condition, we'll say while the user guess does not equal password. So as long as the user guess does not equal password, we want to execute the body of this loop. Let's write some code for that. We use curly braces to group our code together. We'll use the prompt to support. Okay, we have our for loop, and then we have our user guess variable, and we say the user guess will equal whatever value from the prompt. When we're done, we want to let the user know that they've successfully logged in. In this case, we can use an alert. Okay, friends, let's see what this code looks like in the browser. We have our web page, and I'm going to enter any type of value. If I enter hello, it's going to keep asking me. The password is actually tomorrow, but I'm not going to spell tomorrow correctly. Okay, now I'll spell it correctly. Then we have login successful. Let's look at this loop one more time. When we first get to line 4, user guess is empty string and password is still tomorrow. Empty string does not equal password, so we actually go inside of the loop. Then, using the prompt in JavaScript, we send up a pop-up box that the user can enter information. Whatever they enter gets stored back into user guess. And then the loop loops around again, meaning it repeats itself. And then it checks to see, well, what's the value of user guess? And if it doesn't equal password, we want to do this loop once more. And you can continue to do this until you have your condition to stop the loop. In our case, our condition specifically is when user guess equals password, the loop will stop. I'm going to give you a warning here. Do not do this for login, please. That's not the way to do login, but I wanted to show you how this works. There's another variation of the while loop that we can look into. That is called do while. The syntax looks a little bit different, but it works very similar to a while loop. The important difference is that this loop will run at least once, whereas with the while loop, there is no guarantee that it will run at least once. One example that could be helpful to thinking about a while loop is to calculate the factorial of a number. The factorial of 5, let's write it out, 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. Now, let's write this with a do while. The first step is to write the keyword do. Then you put your curly braces. Now, next to the closing curly brace, this is where you put your while statement. So say, do this while something happens. Well, in our case, we're doing a factorial, so let's make some variables. Now, our condition here is while number is greater than 0, we want to do this work. And be mindful, on line 15, there's a semicolon there. You want to have that. Let's put the logic. We'll say factorial equals the current factorial times the number. Then we will subtract 1. So this will start at 5 and go all the way down until this condition is no longer valid. And this condition is no longer valid when the number is no longer greater than 0. Let's console log a message. Okay, let's try this out in the browser. We still have our while loop here, so I'm going to actually stop the while loop from happening just so we can see this work. I'll comment it out but still save our code. And then I know that I'll just say original equals number. Now, because we're updating that number, so then we can change this code to be original. Okay, let's save it. Let's go to the browser console, refresh, and 5 factorial is 120. Okay, so if we can see, no matter what, this code will run at least once. That's when a do while loop is very effective. It's when you need your code to run at least once and then it check the condition after. Whereas a while loop will check the condition first. Loops are incredibly helpful structures that allow you to repeat blocks of code. We've seen how we can use for loops if we know exactly how many times we want to run a loop. Or we can use a while loop if we have a condition that we need to meet before we can stop the loop. Okay, friends, that's all for this video. Stay tuned and stay awesome. Are incredibly
Okay. Only write the code here to register, I think. While okay, the console log dot log original factorial is factorial. And about the question, what is purpose of a loop? Loops allow to repeat a block of code multiple times. Loops have the same purpose as a function. Loops are variables. Loops make arrays easier to work with. Multiple times. What is the best tool for iterating an array of 1,000 elements? It doesn't talk about the lambda expression used for the loop. What is the part of a loop? What are the parts of a loop for a loop? Initialization, condition, and increment. For when use for, we have this structure here. Or we have the initialization, increment, and conditions, and different increment. What does the plus plus, I think, plus plus some, I don't know, plus plus, yes, C++, right? What does the plus plus operator encode? Adds 1 to the variable. Which the following is not a loop structure? Const. Which loop is best suited for cases when exactly How many times it should execute is no. I don't remember it's for loop, while loop, because maybe while loop. When you use while, we put, we don't put. For, when you use for, we increment. We know about the length. Maybe for loop. Which loop is best suited for Casey? Um, while. Which loop is the best suited case when you need to run the loop body at the least once? It's before, right? Do think before. It's the first, it's first thing do. Which symbol means that not equal in code? But I think it's only one equal. It's like this. It's like this. Not as like this. Exactly, but that's it. In a while loop, how there is the number of times a loop is executed? While loop, how is the number of times is a loop executed? While loop. Condition. Condition. The condition. Oh, credit. Hold on. My certified is done. 1 hours. 1 hour in 2 hours, I think. But that's it, guys. We finished today. My main object was completed. Is finish this course. Um, now I finished this this live, and thank you very much for follow me and see. Vou trocar para o português. Muito obrigada por acompanhar e assistir até aqui. O meu objetivo foi cumprido, que é justamente treinar o inglês e também ter concluído esse curso, ouvindo, falando, lendo. Em algum momento eu vou revisar as transcrições. E é isso. Muito obrigada. Até a próxima. Tchau, tchau.